probably have to move my camera and the rest of my stuff. But we'll find out that when we start. Okay. Nice. Lots of auto features. Lots of features. That's good. Oh. That's dope. I think we're all good. I think we're all good to start. What special contents are there? We're not gonna look at that. We don't want that.
I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Interesting. We should probably. Oh wait, special stuff. I saw outfits. Oh. I think I have to play it with regular outfit. Yeah, I think we just play with regular outfit. I'm a regular outfit kind of guy. Oh, we're not doing autoplay. We're good. Oh, this is just straight up like, it just... There's no buttons. You can just put it on the desk. Nah, we're not gonna do that. Let's do it. Oh, we always get a cutscene.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Very Western.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh, are we the first case? Is that what's going on? Are we case number 1? The Great Departure. The 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicator. Judicator? Yeah, Judicator's defendants. Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. I feel ya. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Bailiff, what? Oh. Oh no. Nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. I'm just happy. This is like the first time. Oh, nope. There you go. I should probably move it to above their name. There you go. I'm a second-year student in the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given a verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him like a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Tss, technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. This man's a dead man, by the way. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryosuke? Rinosuke. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Yeah, dude, we're in it. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Oh god, voices would go horrible. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers for these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by a student? The window behind him is open. What's up, Gloria? But obviously, you didn't actually do that, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean? I believe you. I wish my ponytail would do that too. Or my beard. I believe you. I know you're innocent, Rinosuke. Kazuma Asogi. My best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact, and he's a dead man. Guaranteed he dies. He's even a qualified lawyer. I didn't hit the button. What? History. Impressive considering he's an undergraduate. It's not that It's not that impressive. Its very concept of lawyers is known to a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when this all started. Ooh. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know. That's what I've been dreaming for this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most logistical legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. That's how I feel about all my friends. There's not a soul in the universe who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. You don't say. I want to bring around change in our legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place just a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class, partner. Partner, because they're learning American. English. That was straight after it happened. That's when it happened. Wow, I can't read. Today's not good. Not good for reading. Too stuttering. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh, he's so cool. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. 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 Oh, she's great. I like her dad more, though. Alright then. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I will bow whenever they bow. You're just... this is awkward. If I may. Yes. Are you sure I like her? Oh, he's a bad guy. I know it. But, like, he's cool looking. I mean, look at that stash. And he's got that little bauble thing. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. I believe. Yes. Yes, that's right. My name... Oh, I mean, he's either a dead man or he's in jail. One of the two. Yujin Mikotoba. Mikotoba. Yujin Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma's studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends. In red lettering, as I understand. As such, I feel you should know. You know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. Yeah. However, If he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Whoa! Nani? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. Oh, he's got the fan! I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has chose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain particularities about today's trial. Oh, the music's bumping up. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right. So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose certain questions to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anybody else. You must say, I do. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing to say, I do, like getting married. But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! The court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. You guys are going to find out how well I can read, by the way, today. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? The court, man. Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dream of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty for murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial would decide my destiny. Super forgettable trial. 22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court Judicator. Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. It's like he's been at a school for law and he doesn't know what a courtroom is. The Supreme Court of the Judicator. No one in this court has more power. I don't much like the look of the people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms there. The powers that be demanded that this be a secret trial. Oh, audio's popping. How is that? Is that good? Does that sound better? I turned the gain like all the way down, but I can also turn this down here. Is this good? Yeah, this good? Okay, back at it. I can also move the mic farther away. Maybe that's causing issues. But you just let me know. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Rinosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god, it's frickin' what's his name? Pain? Court will now hear the trial of Rinosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie. His name is Ouchie because pain and Ouchie? That's very funny. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point in order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normally, procedure is for the defendant advocacy to be decided within 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's gonna defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I think I answer I do. Gotta listen to Dad. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, oh. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Rinosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Nani? What are you playing at, Rinosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that really. I just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I am not confident at all. In fact, my mind's completely blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear? Defended Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Therefore, my duty is to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My confidence? Competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with a very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before you the court name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information is in the case and can be found in the case record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. You ever find yourself forgotten something, just consult that. It's all there. All I have to do is press R for the court record? Alright. There's no time to lose. Here's a list of the things I've collected. Now try switching to people instead. I guess R and ZR are the same. When you find details about a victim, you can go back. John H. Wilson, 47. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting for any longer. Now, go on. Find the victim in the people section and press present. Try it now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of the esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England he invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such a profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you are aware, or will be aware, we have signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny for our allies. On the other side of the world, fee, fi, fo, fum. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. And that is why this trial has these unusual particularities, isn't it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make a difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place just a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Oh. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Just okay, Britain. Greater than we are today. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not pass through victim's body. State before the court and the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, that's obviously, that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in the court, every assertion must be backed by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and present. Do it now.
Yes.
Well. Oh no, he's got the two papers. He's looking back and forth. Oh no. According to this document, the victor suffered a hemorrhage. Death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. I feel that. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry. Yes, that's right. Post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects the corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusion that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested for any of this later. This is so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the gunpowder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will now accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photograph print. Nice. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. He studied law at this school. I don't understand. Does Ryunosuke not study law? It's clearly superior to drawing. Detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to best apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. I don't think so. Probably not on the regular. I mean, they are using lamps. I think it may have worked out what... Wait, I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Bikotoba? Yes, clearly. You're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can't act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in this, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. If only I had a headband. I have a headband somewhere. But then you'd see my bald ass head, and I don't know if I want that. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is... Satoru Hosonaga. Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carvel. Carnival. Carnival. La Carnival. He's got blood. Are you all right? You seem to be coughing up some. It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate OC's guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants in Occidental? Occidental? I don't know that word. Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at the time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was then I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. I want to get one of those outfits that he has. With the big shoulders. I mean, how cool would that be? That'd be so weeb. The next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witnesses. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hands was the same man we see in court here today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson's to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know? You don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. Oh, he's doing the thing. Wait, hold up. He's doing the thing. There is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san. Is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of a business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. How does that show that he was alone? Well, you're clearly very conscientious, waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will now take this plan and add it to the court record for evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? Is he completely calm and collected until just now? Something currently seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered in the court record. You can stop coughing now. The court has now heard the precis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem that we are looking at a black and white case here. Ugh! Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue the further in this trial, the prosecution has divisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, if it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these particularities. You said it. Professor Mikotoba said it. And so, the judge and the prosecution, I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that the innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? I feel ya. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Rinosuke. Whoa. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Honor. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witness. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi. Please continue with the proceedings. Tisk! Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can also be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Who are these dudes? The dudes that we saw in the thing. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Ayasa Nosa. Ayasa Nosa? Ayasa Nosa? Reporting for duty, sir. What great names. Ayasa Nosa. Misa Yusa Nosa. Myself, I find employ as a purvegator of fine articles of antiquity from the affluence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, the humble premises secondary district, Kyuro Korenkuta. Korenkuta. At your service. Look at his ears. So good. An antique dealer and a soldier? What an amusing pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the restaurant on the other table that the waiter mentioned. Ryu Korekuta. Like Curio Collector. Oh. Okay. I don't think I fully understand, to be honest. I understand he is a antiquities collector, and I'm sure his name is a play on that, but... Myself, I habitually take tea from the most exquisite aromas at the establishment in question. I always, post noon. And not infrequently converse with interesting parties regarding the Kyros, which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques, and sells his wares to them. He obviously targets La Cavale because of the high-class restaurant with its chic clients. Oh, well, alright, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed a precise moment of the atrocities as this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over the... Was that a baby? Did anybody hear that? That was so weird. Who unloaded his firearm, sir? This man is as impossible to understand as the other one. But I'm sure I did. It's almost as I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. I did hear a baby. This is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead? Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. I did fucking hear a baby. That was so weird. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Ready to... It's another baby. What's up with the baby? Standing by, ready to report, sir. Is it just whenever he says that? Unsavory memories of most acerbic afternoon. I'm gonna get everything he says wrong. You're a father now. Wait. You saw the cats, right? I think you saw the cats, right? I'm gonna guess that you saw the cats. Alright, what the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant. Picture's not live. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow I'll bring them in one at a time. And, yeah, dude, we're gonna be a true lawyer, Giggle. I was ingesting regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden kuro. Recipe to the military gentleman. Yes, this is the Switch one. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. Another baby. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on hands and knees investigating where the whereabouts of my mysterious, absconded, precocious Kuro. Yeah, dude, I wish you knew what being a lawyer was like too. It's not the reason why I got dressed up, but we're having fun. I can't wait, Giggle, for you to tell me the next time I talk to you how absurd this game is in terms of court of law. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. He's wrong, because I fired from the back. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Another baby. What is with this baby? It is totally throwing me off my rocker. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What time? Please tell me I have a knife somewhere. Wait, no, I don't got a knife, but I got a spoon. What times we live in when the English gentleman... What times we live in when the English gentleman may be assailed broad light of day. Do you want a peanut? But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Rinosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said after I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and I sat drinking some coffee. I don't drink coffee, but whatever. Then, well, I finished and got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Hold up, wait. Don't worry, I got it. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and just was picking it up. Bang! You can continue. You can flood my chat, Giggle. Flood it. Well, if that's the truth, there obviously was a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Rinosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these two witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. This is the time to bring up the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of yes. What in the name of Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense. The defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next to you told you to do it. How pathetic. Huh. How did he know? The prosecutor objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out the cross-examination?
Objection!
Objection. The defense is asserting its right to cross-examine. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so convincing. So it's ouchie, because in the Ace Attorney games, the first guy that you always go against is freaking his name is Pain, but spelled wrong, right? So this is ouchie. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. No, it's just a judge. No jury. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't know what to do in the cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's testimony. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that soldier has to be alive. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. The key is doing via the evidence. Right, the evidence. In the court records, right? Oh, you're good. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. And I very much have that. If you don't know what that is, you're not following along. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. I love the slap. That was such a weak slap. He's got such a weak slap. He slapped the table. He just went. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. Alright. Always press every statement.
Yes!
Even if we don't need to. Why aren't you saying something? Is there some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then. This beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Tim! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill, and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost highly decorated for its cutlet. With the baby sound. The baby sound throws me off. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. Next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? A cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept you're guilty of a ton of your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. This baby sound is fucking killing me. He's literally killing me. How about trying to stick to the questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. Next question. Are we still asking questions? Is it just me, or do you keep... Negative! What is this? Why is there a baby? The baby's killing me. At least we learned he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. If it's not easy knowing what question to ask... Wait, what? What's that? Did I just get... No, I don't want to know. We are going to save, though. It's not easy, no. Wait, it has something to do with his name. His name is like a baby name. Hold on, wait. Hold up. Wait. Isanosa. It has to do with his... It's got to do with his name. It just reminds me of Isanosa. Like Yusa Isanosa. It's not easy knowing what questions are to ask. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden... Okay, you don't think so. Alright. Golden Kuro. Press that.
Yes.
We press everything. I have no idea what you're talking about. A Kodan boy. A Kodan? You mean the old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exponential value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to this restaurant following the day with said items secretly. Secreted into my bosom pocket. I think his name is more on a play on yes sir, no sir. Hold on, I gotta look. But it's Isa. Or it's Ayesa Nosa. Yes. Ayesa. Fine. Sure, whatever. In the hope of an affluent contingent appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Kodan coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that the penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing this precious coin. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting your superior officers to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant insubordination. Blatant subordination? Isn't it supposed to be insubordination? No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse in the matters of business. The gentleman beside me who was grappling with his braised veal at the time was my sole prospect. I see.
Yes.
I don't have to read him if they're green. So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative. I saw you. Laughing, cackling, like a madman, as you trained in the barrel of the gun in your the English civilian. He kind of reminds me of J. Jonah Jameson. Slap. He looks. He's like, it just doesn't slap hard enough. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over at the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment of the killer actually fired the gun. Arg! A double arg! My sixth sense! sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves and murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Surely that's not possible, is it? Do you think I have gotten where I am today in the army if I... in the army where I couldn't sense the danger in the air, son? Hey, honey. Thank you so much, honey, for hanging out. Thank you so much for the sub. By the way, I am working on subscriber badges. I'm working on them. I have an idea in mind, and I'm working on them. But dude, you've been subbed for 6 months. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Remember, everything, all subs to this channel and all revenue for this channel goes directly to charity. So, thank you very much. The best Pog emote of all time. The lizard. Well. It would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Okay, this is the one where it's bad, right? It says from the back. So, this black uniform cadet, university cadet, you're saying that was... Arg! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, Well, there is someone standing next to me who fits the occupation, but it was you little weasel. You unloaded your firearm on that man. From behind his back. You call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. Also, baby sounds still getting me. What is it, Rinosuke? I'm not sure It's something that Sergeant says, but I can't put my finger on it. Definitely not the baby. Something's playing on my mind. Yes, the frickin' baby sound. In that case, you should check back over the court records. Yep, we already know. If you find an inconsistency there, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face. Make him choke on it. I was on my hands and knees, investigating. That's green. I'm not reading that again. Oh, on your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? Yes, right. Spearing and the arthritis. I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? Kodoban, of course. The exquisite Hoei-era Kodan coin. I had been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. That means to chew, people. Oh, I can do that. Yeah. After averting his eyes, briefest for a moment, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Kodan vanished? Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. Then it happened. Bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? No, other than that. I thought it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for our aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed, myself I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Rinosuke. We know that there are lies lurking in the statements, and it's time to expose them. Understand, the question is how. Like I said before, the key to this is using the evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while witness is giving the testimony with the button. Go thoroughly with each statement and the details about each piece of the statement and about the facts. I got it. Don't worry, team. Oh, you clipped something? That's dope. Somewhere in there you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and the piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with the X button. I've been playing a lot of PlayStation lately, so the X button's the bottom button, which is B, which is not the button, but just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. And if you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you're given a guilty verdict. That's it. So that's it. Pursue evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statement over and over again. As many times as you like. Oh, he's ready to use his sword. Do I get my sword? Hold on. I got one. I got one. Oh. There we go. I got it. Yep, gotta reload so you have a perfect game. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay, not that one. Whoops. That one. Present the photo. I guess I could do one of two. It says I was shot in the back. But both of these show that he was... I'm just going to take the picture. I'm going to guess that this is what I need to present because there's two things that I need to present. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh no, did I present the wrong thing? I did, didn't I? What are you playing at, kid? What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination? I keep thinking he's gonna say insubordination, but he says subordination. Thrusting some photographic print into my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, the fucking slap gets me every time. There's an inconsistency here. Tisk, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us of what that we don't know already? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words won't come out of my mouth. This proves beyond a doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Ugh. This is so frustrating. There you go. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It could be far more than plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? Nani? What are you talking about? It's apparent from the single glance at this photographic print presented by the evidence that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ayesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. Why not, Cadet? Because... Take a close look at this print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain that? Oh, there's a baby! He's wearing a baby backpack. That's the baby sound. Oh, what the? What was that? Was that something popped out from behind his back? But he pushed it down again. He's wearing a baby backpack. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Hey, Giggle, can you bring a baby to the courtroom? Is that a thing that you can do? Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed in the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? Nani? The last testimony, the court has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. Yeah, the baby probably pulled the trigger, not gonna lie. Did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. Yeah. Ugh. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Are there rules prohibiting babies from testifying? Can the baby testify? That's what I want to know. Can the baby testify? Looks like there's been a complete turnabout in the mood in the trial from this one discrepancy. Yeah, my bitrate died for a little bit. It looks like it's coming back. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing his firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes.
Yes. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. Okay. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Okay. Oh, yes, you were looking for your Coden coin, weren't you? Indeed! The prize Hoe Era Kodan. Hunting around under the table, I was in case may happen to fall in there, and it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. He did it not. I was concerned only for finding my absconded Ahoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Kodan was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. You know damn well that he did it. Very true. Very true. I mean, there's nobody there to defend them, right? So they have to defend themselves. It's kind of fucked up. As sure as everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony this court has just heard is inconclusive. No matter how subversive our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear. That there is only one person who would possibly have committed the despicable crime. Inequality. Would you be able to wear a baby backpack as being a witness in testimony? The equally despicable defendant Rinosuke Naruhodo. What? Daddy! He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. What about if the baby is not quiet? You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as Kiroko's glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting to signal to testify, sir. Excuse me. There's something or someone peeking over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Ido. Ido Nosa? I don't know. I don't know, sir. It would seem those straps are a sign of Sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, Tisa, Ten Hut. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Now watch and learn, my boy. Oh, that is so good. I also like that he has the mohawk, like the child mohawk already. It's good stuff. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm being discharged, I almost was the same thing. Yes. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young man in black. I much did see myself. Child snot is cute. Adult snot, not cute. Especially when you have a mustache and it gets stuck in it. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that there was only one personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, nobody other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are...
Yes!
Deku Tree Snot? I don't remember Snot being with the Deku Tree, but I remember his kids having Snot in the Wind Waker. Wait, that's all nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, he wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of your outburst already. There was a woman. There was a young woman at the table. You must have seen her. There must have seen her. Objection! You call yourself a lawyer when you then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It's evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photograph evidence of this fact. This is the photographic print. Oh, this is the photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken the investigation immediately after the incident. As can plainly see, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Ugh. This doesn't make any sense. The court will now add this new photographed evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been added to the record. Let's go check it out real quick. It's got some, like, writing on it. You see that? Let's see. Now, that looks like the exact stake behind. And you can't see that it's got any eaten marks out of it. So that looks like a fraud to me. I don't understand. What is going on here? It's just not possible. There was no one else saw that woman. Yeah, we don't know anything about this woman, but there was a woman. The waiter before me said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him. That's the best twist. She's a ghost all along. Actually, the best twist is we're a ghost all along, and we're still being defended. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witnesses' testimonies have been heard to leave no room for further doubt. These judges are the worst. These are very sensitive political times. As we know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty for Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Ouchi, Takasuchi Ouchi, have contributed to the amenity of these two great empires in this fine hour. Yes. Wait, hold up. Imperial University. Doesn't have a date. It had a date earlier, but it's gone now. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule? Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Yo, what the fuck are you doing, Ryunosuke? Come on. It's obvious. If what you say is true, there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now is your chance to expose it. He also unsheaths his sword? I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood. Tisca rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. I think Amy would be able to tell you more. Because she has done more than I have in this game. I just started it. Even if what I saw at the oh, yep. We press all of these. No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire the gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of the uniformed officer versus a fletching cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is undeniable fact that I did blink. Would this work in a court of law? Would this work? So there you have it. Have what? To hunt. The sound of the firearm rang clearly in my ears, and it was the next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Grr. And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so? Korekuta-san. Korekuta-san.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at the point of the time. All this crosstalk between parties would not be happening. But if somebody was like, well, if I told you I blinked and then you couldn't see me blink, but I told you I blinked, I blinked. Undefinable. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked up the gun off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, the only way you could explain that away. I had just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant. I noticed the gun on the floor, Doctor, at Mr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At the exact moment, bang, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of evidence beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up and precipitated a testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the codon from the floor and find it in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, did I see you? With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner? Furthermore,
Yes!
you must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's lab. There was a lady there.
Objection!
Objection! As you have been in pains to point out time and time again, I feel growing. I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. If only there was more people in the dining at the time, there would be somebody that noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it had happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner at the restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's as if you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, was indeed a reason. So I am the accused, by the way. And I was accused because I picked up a gun off the floor, right? So I was at the said restaurant. And I walked over to the table. What do you mean, what kind of... There's... Okay. I don't eat steak, so I don't know. But I think a lot of places do that. There was... This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What's this, Counsel? This is the medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment with a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. A clinic. Harder clinic? Yes. There would be indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. 11 p.m. or midnight. 2 p.m. Oh, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. I see. The prosecution felt there was no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Rinosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into court evidence if you think it would be useful. Should I ask for it to be entered into court evidence? Or not? What? Why is that a question? Yes. If I may, I'd like for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard the conclusive witness's testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are a concern is up for us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible ventures. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence. Well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's most disturbing trend. Fucking bitch. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Nice, and I can take a look at it now. What we need right now is your clues. I can't access it. We have to explore things from every possible angle. Even if they don't seem relevant at first. Wait, hold up. I got it. Never mind. I don't got it. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like. But it's the day after the festivals are ready for you. Right. Or perhaps you'd forgotten what these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused. Korekuta-san. I keep forgetting the fucking names. Indeed. Alone he was.
Yes.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. The testimonies of the old man and the soldier. So the testimony of the old man and the soldier, waiter, all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the inconsistencies of the evidence we have on the table. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for what? No. Antique sealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. Not all. It's not possible that all they're saying. Hold on one second. I'm gonna get a snack. Real quick. I need a snack. It's too much for me to do this without no snack. Alright. I've adequately snapped up now. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, nobody other than the Black Police Cadet.
Yes.
That's a good question. Also, which seat was he sitting in? Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Next table over. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony for the court you heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely! In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. This is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Tisk. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see what it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little bit more in detail. How exactly? You'll notice some pieces of evidence bear magnifying glass. These are ones that you may examine. Press A, and you can examine a closer look at the piece of evidence in question. Use the stick to turn it. To rotate the evidence in all directions, examine it from all angles. Use left stick to move your cursor. You can move crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a look at that medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use R, an L, an A to inspect the areas of evidence that look suspicious. This says Hata Clinic on the report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they the same? When I was 5, I got caught in a cold. What is this conversation? I was caught in a cold. I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had this hideous injection in my right arm. Brr. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have one cold in their eye in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think that this is the clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. Oh, do I need to move the extra life thing in the corner? Oh. Nothing here. Oh, it looked to be flipped. Looks like there's a medical report card. First issue. Quite some time ago. It's probably a record of a long-term treatment. That's why the doctor, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'll never consult one. What the fuck is this guy talking about? We are in a court of law right now. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine and give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for your privilege. When you're at the lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient with a bad case of stubbornness, for which... Oh, I got another thing. Okay. For which the only curve is a better bidder. Okay, well, time to open it. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Looks like there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. That fucking sucks. Extraction of molar. Do you mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That is the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effect has passed. Oh, really? Sounds like the information worth bearing in mind. The medical report has been updated. So he couldn't eat. So that couldn't have been his plate. Let's listen to testimony again. Even if I were to saw was the price, it's almost the same thing. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was there, laid in black. That much I did see myself. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes.
Well, I think, What are you whittling about, lad? You call yourself a lawyer? I see, I could, I am accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, you so purposefully, you knew exactly what that you wanted to say. Ugh! I don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. And thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san. This is the medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing that to what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words what you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that is completely irrelevant. But that's, yeah. Remember, Rinosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make it your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's no need to prolong this trial any further. And the witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter for the simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced pupil. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could you possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? How is that supposed to mean anything to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. Oh, what? No, that can't be. Korekuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh, he slammed! He slammed! He did it! He did the slam! But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted but was still experiencing the effects of anesthesia. Yeah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
Objection? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food on the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's unfair. I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Council? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right. Answer the question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. And this is the start of turning the trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at this table must have been... I bet it was the sergeant and the antiquities dealer, Nosa-san and Katsu-san. Arg! Arg! Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I'd share my ration with the screep of the graybeard? Insult me by associating me with this brutish carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You addle-brained idiot. I've had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. As any soldier worth his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations you are put in front of you. I know it's the woman. It would seem that you need to recognize... of course, Your Excellency. I know it's the woman. So the thing I was getting at was like, okay, so the man sat at the chair that's over there, right? And the picture showed them with the same setup behind. I also want to know if I use the other two. If I hit the other two, will it give me a penalty? I won't chance it. Obviously, it can only be someone else who is sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There is no such person.
Yes.
Yes. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim could have been eating anything. Dude, do you remember in a previous game, you had to press a clown, but if you pressed the wrong statement, the clown would get off on a tangent and you get penalized? That was dope. Therefore, the only logistical conclusion... Oh, dude, it is not good. There was somebody else there eating it. Look. Yeah, it's, in the third game, because Miles Edgeworth is on trial, you... Mo the Clown, I think it's Mo the Clown. And, something like that, yeah. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It is clear to see that these witness testimonies are unreliable. No. The clown was not... The clown was... I think the clown was worse. Because every time you pressed, right, he'd go off on a tangent, and then if it was the wrong press, you would get penalized. If the court decides to push through with this ruling of this stage... we will forge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma. Are you insane? You would take this on to the government? Don't worry, Council. I have no issues with you. What do you mean? I have issues with them. The two witnesses on the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone, so if now it turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimony, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Can you be charged with perjury if you omit omit facts. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No! Is he wearing a howdy? Is that what that is? Is he wearing a howdy? Is the old man wearing one? Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's the right. The man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korekuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Hold on, lad. I was, You say you never saw the old gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, you mean the lady from overseas? Wait. What? What? How does he know? I mean, I know he was there, but might be a yukata. What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Council, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep you... Who kept your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Rinosuke. Judging from the way that they're acting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by somebody with considerable influence. That's awesome. If I ever have children, mustache away, baby. I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about this. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there's only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas to who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence the witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witness keep their mouth shut. Of course. We'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. That would be dope. Evidence that proves it would really did just wield his... evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, isn't it? We need to re-examine everything. Make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I know what we're examining, baby. Let's go. I want answers. It is proven that these witnesses can be manipulated. I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency? I had no idea of any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. Just gonna have to go. Just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. But besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to... Oh. Can I didn't look at the evidence. I would say it's him. No. I just...
Yes.
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosanaga. Son. Hosanaga-san. Wait, the waiter? Hold up. See, my problem is that I didn't get an option to examine. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Decision. Yeah, now I can look at it. I just don't fucking... That's only slightly annoying. Well, that's unexpected. What is this? Look, do you see? It says the witness's name here. Satoru Hosanaga? Well, yes, so business cards do tend to say their name on it. It's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job. Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have not had a lot of power and influence. The police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it here somehow. Nice. Yeah, I guess I will work on it taking initiative too. This plan of the restaurant raises a bunch of stuff. It's supposed to show the relative positions of everything at the moment of the incident. But there's nothing that shows the woman that you saw. Exactly. That's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. I'm confused. Entrance? Kitchen. Now I'm confused. But that's okay. I don't need to be confused.
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru... His real identity.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail. I'm not sure I can conclude anything, though. Sorry, Your Excellency, it's the back of the card. The back. The back of the card, that's the interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front back, the back front, the back front, front back, back front of the card. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's the front back of the card. Front back. is where the telling detail is. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is saying? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan on the restaurant of the reverse side of his card. The front of the card is the front of that is a business card that reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! Yes, that's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Nani? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power. And as far as regular civilians are concerned, so, witnesses there in the stand? Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your order? Was it he who told you not to mention what you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... He's back. Inspector Honosaga. Hosonaga. I was worried something like this would happen. The moment you asked me submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. I'm skipping this. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. I don't think they're unrelated. I don't think they're unrelated. I think they're related. I think you should throw it in there. Very well then. Inspector Honosaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellence. We have heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, they were in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. However, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you were required these witnesses to be in the agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, the gun in hand, stood an accused student. Sitting opposite of the victim at the same table was a young woman lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everybody's best interest not to pursue that idea. What? The Empire views the friendly terms of this relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case. But it's not right. Ha 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 ha. This is perfect time for me to yogurt. Hold on. There we go. One possibility does spring to mind. Oh, what do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I am fairly certain that one of them, studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory, is a young English woman. Nani? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it would be prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting in the university professor's table was certainly a Miss Jezebel Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at Yume University's medical facility. What? What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered the witness to make no mention of her in their testimonies. I must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, this premise is false. It'd be a desecration of the justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline for the ruling in order to send a telegraph report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other influence to influence the proceeding in my courtroom. Ugh! The Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against your special orders you were given by the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it wouldn't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezebel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Now then we'll have a 30-minute recess break before convening. To be continued. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go pee, and I'm gonna go get a snack. Okay. Jezebel is the woman. Yes. I come bearing snacks. I'm gonna eat for 5 seconds, and then we will continue. My throat is very sore from the amount of voices, but you know what? It don't matter. I don't need to talk. So we will continue until I can no longer speak. I have one more. All right. That's pretty good, actually. That was very nice. All right. Let's go. Alright. We have essentially proved the existence of a woman by forcing the police to not lie. It's a good thing when the police don't lie. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Alright. November 22nd, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of the Judicators, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Renosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat. Your eyes were popping out, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. Think you might have natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I ever get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha. Anyways, it looks like we've exposed our Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jezebel Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? I don't have her in the thing yet. That's what I was trying to tell everybody from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have. Haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but the power of observation is one thing, that's for sure. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friends, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, as it seems. Do you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself when I found on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table a gun. I noticed there was a gun on the floor, and just after that I bent down and picked it up. Boom. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of pantry next to the kitchen. What? Fast thinking by a detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay? Yes. And because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside the dining area. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Professor Mikoto, well, it seems like I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn what they can. And I wanted to avoid a situation where that would have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everybody's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well, then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I am very much one to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he did say the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, as well as a known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget what we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went extraordinarily lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I've got no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight. Right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There is something I think that we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Your recess is over. Please make your way back inside of the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's get in there and deal the decisive blow. Let's get in there to deal the decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit him. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said that you believed in me then, I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dreams to studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thanks. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyakis meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. '22nd of November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of the Judicator. Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh. You may not come in? Are you fucking kidding me? Ah. Wait. Giggled, so do you have a badge? I've actually lost mine twice. I don't know how I got my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget it anyway. Okay. You have a bar card, no badge? I'll fix it. I'll fix that. Don't you worry, Giggle. I'll get you a badge. I got it. Don't you worry. The court hereby resumes trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, of course, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that a good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Founders. Wait. New treaty breaks down and our nation founders. I think it's supposed to be flounders, but I'm not sure. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over a foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friends know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. Aligning ourselves with a great world power, we'd become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our future. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Yeah, fuck America. Well said, Ryunosuke. Fuck America. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely on the pertinence of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezebel Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh no. She's a fucking peacock. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from a distant land. Tea! Someone bring the English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and your occupation for the court? What is with all of the ladies in these games being just so absolutely fallen over, people turn into gobbledygook? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as a head waitress. Yes, we know about you already. Inspector Honosugana, where are your manners? In English, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said that your powers of observation are the one thing that you are sure of. Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but the powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please? What the fuck? She doesn't speak Japanese. Can I cheat? Nope. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? He's speaking to her in another language. I have to refer through him to her? Fuck you, Jezebel. The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. Oh, is it Giselle? It's Giselle Brett, not Jezebel. Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student. You know absolutely she wears that hat in the medical lab. Currently enrolled in Yume University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as Hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with Mr. Wilson at the time. Wait, is she in my court record now? Yeah, she is. 24? How old are we? 23? She knows Japanese. She says yes. All of that dialogue was for yes. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She doesn't want to soil her tongue with the language. I bet you she's one of those fucking posh bastards. She'd like to apologize for the disappearance from the scene. She says that she said that she was due to make a presentation at the university and she had to leave immediately. That's wrong. Interesting. When you're the only one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes over this photograph print? Imagine being so well enough that you would frickin' just be able to leave a crime scene like that. You saw a guy get shot and you're like, yeah, I guess I'll leave. I gotta think at school. I can take care of this later. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Blah, 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 blah. Apparently, it was very frightening. And sorrowful. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the scene of the crime. the very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. You fucking swan bitch. You better Swan Lake. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolute conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now, but clear to who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. The police would be on blast for this, right, Giggle? For, like, hiding a witness? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. So, okay, but like the cop was the one that hid it. This guy's the undercover cop. He hid her existence. Is that okay? He hid her existence from the prosecutor, the defendants, and the judge. Also, he lied to the court about who he is. Bimbalazim. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Yes. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun. The accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at that snow-white angel. I'm even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the court is gonna believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryusuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. You fucking dumb idiot. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. That's wrong. I would think that she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have witnessed a weapon that can be shown, it's moot. What? There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are witnesses' own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. This is the only way that to lift. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. Dude, that would be fucking dope. Swan just goes, "Grr!" And then... And to do so, we also need to pull her testimony apart. Oh. What was that? She smiled. Why? Don't do that. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Oh, fuck my life. A frightening and sorrowful sight.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has quite the sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove with the medical report card that was submitted earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant, and what happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hada clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was with some kind of dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you that ate the steak pictured in the dinner here? Is that right? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world to be embroiled with such a tragic incident. Have no fear, dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than the carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the dinners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They raised their glass of carbonated water. Only one glass on the table. Oh, it's meaningful. Spank. At that last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, 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 how fascinating. Do tell us what this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips that you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
Yes.
Like every time, we're gonna press everything. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did was notice him, go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. Oh, no. I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett doesn't appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. That hurt to say. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, While that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyways, it seems that after an argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when you finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Yes.
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expected to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out at the restaurant, you had the gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun and saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim rather than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations will very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
Yes.
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she does not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told her to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way was meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is the only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today. Unlike certain students who refuse to admit when their game is up. You could at least have the courtesy of paying attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is in and out a total unconfounded lie. Still, her statement's very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyways, this is our chance to expose her testimony for the fiction that it is. If we can't do it, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, you should be able to feel murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. I feel that. And the fact that she can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony is making me feel any better either. She's not that hot? Well, technically we haven't seen her face yet. But, I mean, body-wise, she was very attractive for that time, for that era. Plus, clothing usually is what dictates whether you were elegant or not. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. What should I be aiming for in this cross-examination?
Yes!
Exactly, show ankle. So both you and the professor drank carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being in the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except for you're actually a detective? And the beef steak was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan. Oh, that it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. You do? What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as the people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water was much more a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing right now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Alright, let's go in for it.
Yes!
That's not what I meant to do. Sorry, not what I meant to do.
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photograph. You never know. Just a short while ago, you spoke this print showing the victim's table of the crime scene. That is what it... It was exactly what was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that's very odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd about the defense's inability to express itself? Ryunosuke, what is it about that print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor had said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, this picture would have 2 glasses. There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass in the picture.
Objection!
And we are supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a minute? What possible difference does the presence of an absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should be 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me that you can clink with a new one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses on the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. There? Nani? It was all so terrifying and everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. So now she's under perjury. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who would blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in the state of disarray? This is so fucking backwards. This is just like 12 Angry Men. So fucking backwards. That's absurd. Oh, really? So we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What, Nani? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has a very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene of the crime. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation for why she's removed the glass. I think henceforth we consider the matter of no bearing to this case. What is with all of the people saying this has no bearing? Everything I've talked about has bearing. Well, I don't really... If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. Is there a significance? Places conceal a weapon. Wait, the lady put a glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It has been explained ad nauseum that the court and all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Brett stated that the following. There are no pockets in this outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But, what if she forgot to mention her handbag? Which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that one. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It really is quite simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. He didn't fire that gun. We can deduce that there are many other firearms at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Yeah. No! Order, order, order. Order, 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 order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your blundering incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. I haven't had faith in the police in a long time. What? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shoe sting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about. Fuck you. You dumb bitch. This photographic print. What is this shit? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shoe sting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are at the height of London fashion. Or fashion in London at the moment. So the contents were clearly visible. Exactly. There was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, I would have immediately been obvious. As you can see, there's simply nothing. There's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. I don't know what that dong was. What's that dong? Alright. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo. God. Order. Inspector Hoso Naga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photo of the handbag has been entered in the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-reference. Nope, I gotta look at this picture real quick. There's also something here with the hand. What's up with that? I don't know what that is. And then the glass in there. I see that. All right, well. That thing on his wrist is going to be a thing. The court has now shown considerable evidence. As the photograph print here just submitted to the court appears that appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I will make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Yeah, you know, tattoos all the rage. Definitely not only Yakuza. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? Yeah, but he's also part of the Yakuza. You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way you could feed true justice. In fact, you can chew on your heart's content from inside your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I really didn't commit? And Kazuma? His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers? Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning the trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no bias on what we can argue for the trial to continue. No. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryosuke Naruhodo, having considered... Yes. Wait. Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule this case out just yet. Objection. Yeah, this amateurishness is getting tedious. His Excellency deemed his trial over. He is giving his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes.
Your Excellency. Wait. What's up with his hand? Did he have that the whole time? I never noticed. Just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with this evidence, some significant detail, then the ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection.
This is blatant straw clutching. I mean, look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, Consul. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective was not undergone court scrutiny. However, I failed to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense a final opportunity. What? Oh no. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response, here, the trial will be over with an immediate effect. You know what that means? You know what that means, people? That means safe. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photograph print, Inspector Hosonaga, submitted before. You will identify for the court where you see the significant detail which you have alluded. I think it's his wrist.
Yes.
Look at this here. Here's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Duh!
Objection.
She can know. She knows. Dear me, was I pondering a new rifle you would come out with? A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist, you say? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You are right. Oh. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner had also noticed when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. He's a fucking idiot. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. The more I look the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecution Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to this case can be shown, it cannot be allowed any further. I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. What? Excuse me, Your Excellence. It would seem Miss Barrett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she is excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency will give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure, but if I keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and hopefully I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link the burn to the case, we can do that. We might be able to prize the shutting down of the case. I'm opening back up again. We're dropping packets again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly do that. Indeed, I'm afraid without evidence I cannot allow you to pursue the little bit more conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, would you then allow it? Yes, I would. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. The time to find some evidence that proves that the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates this inexplicable... It's the burn mark here.
Yes!
The victim's burn is clearly related to this piece of evidence in the court record.
Objection!
Then explain to the court in 5 words or less what the nature of this connection is. Please don't tell me I got it wrong. What? The burn on his jacket. Are you fucking kidding me? The burn on his jacket? The shape of the burn? Oh! Fucking... Well, I didn't do it flawlessly, but you know what? I'm not here for achievements. I'm here for the gameplay. I'm so mad. I'm dropping so many packets right now. I'm not going to reload. What do I gain by reloading? Is there anything special that I get from making a perfect run? I'm not reloading. Not doing it.
Yes!
Yeah, I know. Look, if I was playing this alone, I would 1,000,000,000% reload. But since I'm playing this on the stream and everybody's watching, we're not reloading nothing. I will just be doxed one. What is this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photograph prints are an amazing invention. And when we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, we may have overlooked at the time of recorded forevermore. You're here for justice. Let's go. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, you may need to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You fucking goob. You see, it's very clearly visible on this photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that is your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the beef steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on this plate. I would guess that it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. The emblem on the plate and the victim's burn, so it's a Sicilian plate, are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you are a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim have suffered the burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if that happened on the day of question or not. Could have been the day before, the day before that, or most likely some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's very well defined. And defense pointed out, there was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. This is inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, and have not heard anybody scream at all. As the head waiter of the La Cavero, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective! You're not a waiter!
Yes!
Do we see through the lies? There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on piping hot plate for 3 seconds would scream in pain. There is no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any day before. That's right. The strange thing is, on that day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us at the restaurant, myself, Sergeant, old antiques dealer, any of us would without question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because he was fucking dead. I almost don't believe it. Rinosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we would arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. It's a trap! No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's the only possible. If the man was already dead. Oh, already dead? Ugh. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. The beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day. The professor was already dead. That's madness! So she fired the gun, but did she poison him? No, wait, how? Poison him? She took the glass? Yep, she poisoned him. That's it. She took the glass because the glass had poison. She put the poison in the drink. You Cusco poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Order, order, order. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. Absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp on the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it is you has no grasp on the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was even heard. It is highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Trust me neither. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, is that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Do you speak now? Do you speak now? Do you speak to us now? You dumb goob? What was that smile? Yes. That was the wrong voice for that? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. I fucking knew she was listening. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. I fucking knew it. I knew it the whole time. I knew it the whole time. I'm gonna have a congratulations chip. Fucking bitch. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of an English gentleman. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you have so graciously afforded us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. Renosuke? Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life had been taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. What a fucking bitch. That is a most captivating and beautiful testimony. Beautiful? She just called your system a fucking trash. Easy doesn't. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with your coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. This is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that there's a boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. Now, does anybody remember April May? She's scum, April May. But this lady is terrible as well. April May from the first game, second case. May that irritating little bully of a student. That's the wrong voice. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? So I don't think she does, but as a foreign exchange student, I'm sure she has, like, access somewhere. Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and you put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you noticed that this little bully of a student has put you in... doesn't miss much. I am sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that it is your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. My face hurts from that. I think you can see a mark.
Yes.
But his hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. How have you not noticed? Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't have not noticed, can you? Huh? What? Nah! Ha ha ha, what fun! You hadn't realized? Dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Fucking.
Yes.
Well, I can't. Anyways. When the, okay. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was the only one permitted to drink water at the time. If you remember. Which explains why he ordered the drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Ah! I've had enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others of this course, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyways.
Yes.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on her wrist isn't gonna kill us, as there is no other signs of trauma of the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only be the bullet from the gun that your gun put to the end of this innocent man's life. It doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it brought out of the kitchen, means he must have been dead at that point.
Objection!
When did he bring out the water? And yet the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you are able to show the court evidence to disprove that, is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchi is right.
Yes.
There is. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always a telltale signs of trace on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police forces thoroughly examine the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for aimless investigation. There would be physical traces of all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some kind of killing somebody that doesn't leave a physical mark. If heathen forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everybody about how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh my honor, Takesuchi Ouchi will cut down any who dare such cast aspirations. A way of killing somebody that leaves no trace? We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything they found in the crime scene for later investigation. In this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Is that so? Quite right. La Caravelle is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? Aha! A killer blow. The lady is formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting that our plays may be flawed. Perhaps Professor Ouchi can finally start to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Britt just said. There's a moment before when something didn't quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think is going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We may need to find a way to break her testimony. Yeah, nah. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere that will help us find a drink. Clink in the armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. It's about the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seems to react a little strange to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might be present to opening maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Wrong thing.
Yes.
Inferior, what do you mean by that?
Wait.
There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as it was before, but why? Up until now, the detective has been in a stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be our golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful to not let anything slip. However, when they're listening to somebody else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. Ha 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 ha. That would be funny. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thought. It's time to pursue this man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all up to you to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who is actually the person making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. That's cool. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them instead with A. If you catch somebody at the right time, you'll be able to uncover information about you're about to pursue. If you ever notice strange atmosphere amongst people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the marker with the D-pad and then focus on the detective. Pursue him with A. Yep.
Wait.
D-pad. Pursue.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. He says excuse me? He says excuse me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He's really lost in his thoughts deeply. It looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady has to say? Yes, is there something you'd like to say? Please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? As the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment, if you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how that works? Absolutely not. The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement that was made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks have touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. What? Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day of question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water, and I don't care what anybody says. Yes, there's something left in the bottle. I can see it. On the day of our police force will be amongst the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone this witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept this glass bottle as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does that say? Go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Wait. So this carbonated water is the Is he... I didn't think about that. That's so good. So this carbonated water was the last drink that he had. It looks like there was a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating too much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Renosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't just be drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Renosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything else in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have I've worked something out. An interesting possibility. It knows. The game knows. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to be averting her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume your cross-examination. And Inspector will kindly control his fever. Ahem. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
Oh. Hold up.
Yes!
Wait. Am I supposed to press and find when she is averting her eyes? I feel like it has to be this one.
Excuse me.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna fucking throw you in the clink, you dumb bitch. Yeah. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving any trace, please show me.
Yes!
She's the fucking bitch. She going down. Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sipping at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in right now? Have you forgotten that we have the only just signed the Accord of the Friendship of the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations... Oh no. Wait, what? Oh, because they look like they're being wed? Yeah, I got you. Have you even the vaguest inkling of your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political... This is not a political arena. This is the trial that determines one's individual guilt with respect to one's crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on... Shut up. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. What are you referring to? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. What? You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that is available in this country at the present time. We couldn't find no trace of poison or any description of the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief, coroner himself. No. You missed the glass that she put in her bag. Why would she take the glass? I am very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, our pleasure is all ours. I fear, Rinosuke. I do this whenever I get upset. I just bang my head on the desk. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, the shot in the chest was from this gun. See, that's another thing we didn't look at. We never looked at the damn gun. The shot in the chest from this gun was the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own administration was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused. Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence you need to present to the court at this time? Kazuma... I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more. I do have a thing. I have a thing more. I got something to say about it. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. You damn curtsy son of a bitch.
Hold it.
Yes! I knew you'd come through. Please wait. What? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on the court's proceedings, Your Excellency. Sutano... Mikotoba. Sutano. Judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. And it's the goddamn glass or her handbag. What the fuck? This thing is so... Okay, I'm gonna have a snack while we take a 2-minute break. Have a snack. I know for a fact what she's got. She's got the cup. The cup has poison on it. The Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. That's why she took the cup. My spinach puffs. I'm gonna have a couple nuts. 22nd of November, 1:14. That was all 14 minutes, by the way, because the case started at 1 o'clock. Well, I understand. You are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. Fucking bitch. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already concluded. "5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more." "But, Your Excellency..." "I am most grateful." Who exactly are you?" "I'm sorry, there's no time. Please accept this offer for now." "What is this? A report about something? Written in English?" "It's Giselle Brett's research." "The English woman?" "After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the Malfoy facility and borrowed his paper." "Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?" "So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?" "I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself." "Oh, of course not." "Special characteristics of Kureg and its effect on human subjects. Interesting." "Kurara." Yeah, I think it's Kurari. Kurer? Kurer? We're gonna go with Kurer. "What's that? I've never heard of that word before." "Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom." There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could down in a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. "This is wonderful, thank you." "Goodbye then, and good luck." "You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer." Let's just fucking look at this. A poison made from the bark of certain trees and jungles in South America. A hunter in the region has used these in ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death within even minutes of the dose. And above, the aforementioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted through The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison is entered through the wound, or such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its inability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patients will die. So she tested it on him, and then burned to make sure he was dead. You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain her. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense has a new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Honor, Your Excellency? You wouldn't mind, perhaps, you could grace us with your presence a little while longer? It is a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett, but it seems like I wasn't clear. I realized I phrased it as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at the Yume University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Nani? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curer. Curer, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to its instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curer, you say? I've never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curer before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police could have done for toxins, they'd never identify Curer. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. The incredibly deadly Viper. What? Nani! Order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Curer has been used by tribespeople in the South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that if produced from an extract from a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe to turn at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Kurarura suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Triumvirate! These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, the victim had been administered this so-called deadly poison. He would have been squeamish and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way round. What do you mean, the other way round? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the Kurarura was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted by victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there was no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, as a man who's lost all strength in his muscles, he collapsed on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, Dr. Wilson did. The effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. What's that's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe that it causes muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while the victim is conscious and unaware, conscious aware, just unable to move. That's hideous! To the observer, it looks like the victim was just sleeping peacefully into endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Kurokuro poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is very convenient, isn't it? I hear to unknown poison, no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you've been taught some It is you who must be taught. Of course, my lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, isn't it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then you announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea that some poison that just doesn't exist in this empire, Japanese empire, is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, I don't see, why not? She's gonna fucking drink it. Yup. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Bottoms up. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair. Because it's in the glass that she took. Don't get fooled. Nobody get fooled. Don't get fooled, people. Come on, people. Don't get fooled. Come on. Come on, team. Please, team. Don't get fooled. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no Kurokuro. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, What's the simple truth? Thank you for preserving my findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venture. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough time for this furtherance of my friendship between our two countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most grateful for the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if, nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be some poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she'd just have keeled over dead. Come on, see through the dragon's eyes. See through the dragon's eyes, Ryunosuke. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why? Ryunosuke! Isn't it obvious? There's no poison in there. She'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety even astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it is as dark as the uniform of the world. Is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a... What? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, counsel, for which you will be penalized. What? A wound. She doesn't have a wound? Maybe he had a wound? The culprit did put Kirakura bottle into carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. So, it wouldn't ask me if it was in the bottle. The game baited me to pick in that it's not in the bottle. That's kind of bullshit. Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, don't you think? I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think of all the things that don't quite up out here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is evident here. We have it in the court record. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert its claim, then I must ask you to support your assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was as you unscathed? I know for a fact that she put it in the glass. That's why she took the glass. See, through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. What was the wound? She didn't have a wound. I'm going to present that.
Yes.
Seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of a complication in this case. Are you fucking kidding me? She could have put it in his water. You're making this complicated more than it needs to be. All right, I'll do my best to find the answer that fits the facts. There's no stab wound here. No stab wound there.
Yes.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
Like, I know, maybe I'm upset about that. That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule your court, your excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anybody, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to pertinent section, counsel. Oh God. Report. I think it's special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this Kurakura poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that they shoot at whenever they are hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there'd be traces of poison left in the prey that the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. Surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating the poison. Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to conundrum in the research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurakura enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body through the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Where did it say that in the fucking thing? What? Nani? Miss Brett, you'd authored this research. You knew Kurakura's special characteristics, and you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Caw-caw! Raul Runosuke, it turns out... You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it's possible. So, the ill-bred little puppy has new toy to play with some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. Wait, what are you trying to say? Your schoolboy logic has a fatal flaw. Flaw. Even your brain has managed to deduce, Kura is safe to ingest. It seems unlikely the effects that are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric sucrus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, yep, that's what they are. So even if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah! That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. As science even a schoolboy would be able to understand, no? Order. Ore, in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would both be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, that this Kurakura poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely a little cockroach like you would understand such simple thing as that. What is this? A welling up inside of me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all of the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost like rage-like. And more than anything else, it's animalistic in desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Objection! He said it! I don't think so, Mrs. Giselle Brett. You can't gazelle out of this. How? How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. And you are alive, and he is not. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurakura? His tooth. His tooth. He already had a wound.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two dinners. A fatal difference? What? The toxic effect of Kurakura are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for the healthy person, no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. The Swan is the co-conspirator. But, you know for a fact that Swan is going to jail right now. What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of the Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so... I don't know how to say that word. Puerile. Puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what could happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. And they're gonna let her get away with it? She smashed the bottle. The Supreme Court? Are you freaking kidding? Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water as you can for the bottle at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under our feet has a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. And you have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? That's so easy, she'd let go. You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know, will we? If there's really poison in that bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. That's right. And really, looking for this photograph as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor sitting with his back to me. What? So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front, that little schoolboy.
Objection!
No! You killed the victim that day, Yuzu Kurakura. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke, Naruhodo, you have, for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor dead in the chest with your own hidden gun. And then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was just turn to the dead professor's chair and turn him around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now she's really gonna get away with it. The way she destroyed that evidence was so obscene. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one that can finish this. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. If there are clues left for us now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing that you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but if I didn't manage to obtain a notice of this woman as a foreigner, if I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head, so think back again. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt, every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Mr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. But as black and white images go, I can't see shit. Yeah, I don't see anything. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Ha ha ha. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe that smile off this English woman's face. Let's just also save. Alright. Alright. I can't wait. It's been niggling at me. Niggling? It's been niggling at me for a while that something feels amiss on the memories that day. Whatever it is could be the key at arriving at the truth at all this. It's here, somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. I mean, it's the blood, right? But like... Or what's that? There's something behind him, too. Is it part of the chair? It can't be the I'm not doing the blood.
Take that!
I fucked up. 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 Well. I mean, it's the blood, right?
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga. Answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that, like, bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took from the victim's table that day.
Objection!
What? Wait a minute. Are you... Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a mere memory that I've been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene show in this photograph print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on that wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? This case is so fucking long. I would have been done with 2 cases by now if it was playing any other Phoenix Wright game. Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at a book, Reading Rainbow, and the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have a shot at Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front? I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way a blood would have gotten directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. It means that the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the protector, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. This court seriously expected me to believe something that accused has apparently remembered seeing.
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Fuck this guy. Inspector, do you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then where can we find out for sure whether or not the blood stain on Miss Brett's plate? We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. This is what you ordered? The steak? Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show us the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. Did she switch the goddamn plates too? Is that what she did? She switched the goddamn plates? She switched the goddamn plates. She switched the damn plates. God damn it! No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on this table, behind the professor. There's blood on the side of this plate. I swear. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In this case, a disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached the conclusion of this trial. We didn't really shit. Let's hope so. Let's pretend. Let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceeding is painful to watch. I do promise to do my best to forget it all when it's over. They switch the plates, please. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts too clearly. If the fine-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered in my courtroom. You fucking bitch. You bitch. What in the world is this? It's a fucking coin. It's the fucking coin that he missed. I think it's the Kodan coin. The hallmark of the Hoei area. No, I don't mean what is this? I mean, what is it doing here? He's got a golden ticket. He got a golden steak to make my way. Wait, did you just say it was a Hoei Kodan? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in very good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time that we've been talking about the Hoei Kodan. No. The coin was not part of that death. She switched the plates because her plate had blood on it and their plate did not. So she switched the plates. So that's why we were given her plate. No. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means I certainly never expected to find a precious coin beneath a thick cut of meat. And from the Hoei area too? That'd make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices. Look. You thinking about eating it? No. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat, peer underneath the prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this one, Ryunosuke. Kodan coin underneath the steak? There's only one logical explanation. You're damn right there's only one logical explanation. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Is it now? I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Have you... Hey, Giggle. Have you ever had to work this hard for a case? You ever had to work this hard? I believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence. I already did. As the evidence requested by the defendants has not been shown problematic in any way, I presume any further explanation of this evidence will be unnecessary. Oh, okay. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal a shocking truth.
Attention!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Damn. Your Excellency, I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until completely satisfied that the reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of this country, that's still your position, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel, for this defense, you will clearly show with the court what you are alluding to this court. Precisely on what on the plate is the beef. I already did this. Yep. 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 Yup. Yup, 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 yup. Yes.
Got it!
Got it. Good gracious, is that's Kodan? What on earth? A Hoei Era 1 at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on that day, isn't it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what that is, and I want no part of it.
Attention!
I fail to see how this is irrelevant. A coin under the meat could simply be a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Kodan just happens to be underneath your meat? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Kodan just happened to be hidden underneath a piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I give up my lawyer job right now.
Attention!
By all means, don't let us stop you. Nobody invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here, the point is, the essential, we asked the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious there's only one person that it can belong to. The owner of this Kodan that was found underneath
Take that!
is the old man. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer. What? Okay. And the antiques dealer and the owner of Rashu K. 2. Kiryu Korakuta. Oh, okay. You're good. Kuri, as in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Kodan coin when it happened. No, she, the girl saying some racist shit. Oh, okay. You guys are having a conversation. Exactly the moment the gun was fired? The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, a Hohe Ora Kodan, my prized coin. This Hohe Era Kodan, do you mean to tell me? No, please. Why would Korekuta-san Kodan be sandwiched between the big victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both the witness that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. This case is so long. This is supposed to be the intro case. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Kodan, we'll find the key element of this case. The military dude oh my god. How many people are on the goddamn witness stand? How many people can you have on the witness stand? I'm gonna eat one more bite. Okay. One. There's 4 people on this witness stand right now. What is this about? Why have I been called back again? Do you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's feaster than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. That may be, Korekuta-san, but something has come in light that we require your clarification. As far as your Rasute's memory serves... Ah! Oh my god, he stabbed him in the foot. Yes, that's the one. That's the exact one. That's the very one. Very exact. Resplendent, superfluous, holy treasure that the rusty bones managed to misplace on that fateful day. It can be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where did it drop? Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in seasoned beef juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there. Somebody concealed my Hoenn treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an inconsequential thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. Good word. Yeah, I probably said it wrong. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover at the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's alright. The secret undercover operation. La Caraval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run-of-the-mill, or a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Kodan incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. To place that was already the scene of the several crimes, it seems? No, I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the chrysanthemums is all too clear. What? What? Did you want to do that today? If you want to do that today, I can come over after I'm done streaming this. If you want to do it another day, we can do it another day, but you just let me know. I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta's son's Kodan and hid it under the steak? Well, the only man who ate that steak.
Take that!
And he needed the money. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Aisanosa. Oh, did they? Oh, look. Yeah, I can come over when I'm done. I'll probably not want to talk much. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Kodan, did I? I'm the master thief at La Cavallo, am I? Are you seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all of this. No fucking way. Dude, I didn't see Raya. I am in so much pain right now, man. Fuck my life. This case got so weird so fast. It was really open and shut, and then it was like, oh my god. Can a baby manifest? No, but for stealing the coin. You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Yeah, for stealing the coin. No. We know what. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Isanosa, preparing to stand down in the in Supreme Court, sir. Are you fucking kidding me? The baby stole the... Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that temporary increase in taxation owing the recent ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard that it's lower ranking officers or lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there, reconnaissance a target, and enjoy chomping my way through a steak at the same time. It doesn't sound like you bother with a knife or fork even, but that's worryingly. And your target that day was the old man and his kodan? Yes. Sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was set to leave my steak. I was halfway through devouring it when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if police conducted a search and found my coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. How do you rendezvous with a steak at a later date? Please somebody ask how you can rendezvous with a steak at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady. Of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the kodan was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Are you fucking kidding me? How do people not see? They switched the plate. Please, find it in your hearts to see that they switched the plate. Oh god, I didn't mean to zoom. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, stop with the telling me that the case is over. It's not over. There's one thing. There's one thing that we're missing. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Are you fucking kidding me? And good day. No, no. Get her back here. Come on. Come on, you. Ryunosuke. Do something stupid. Don't, come on. No, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words. There got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice be heard. Sorry? You can think later. But right now, if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. Trial will be over. You're dead. End of story.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to ask you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposes an undeniable contradiction. That the fucking coin was her plate? I'm gonna need evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, what is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
The steak? The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the murder? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, this steak was on the victim's table before the professor was killed? Now you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? Oh my god, we're not going to bring up the fact that they switched the plates because the coin is under the thing. We're going to talk about the fact that he ate it with he forked it and ate it. Am I too smart? I'm talking about the shape of the edge of where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed this too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman would ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without a knife and fork. Of course she did. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edges about where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something herself. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
What is your actual point? Perhaps delightful, Miss Brett. Perhaps the delightful... Okay, you got it, Miss Brett. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. No, this is the wrong steak. She ordered a steak, and the guy and the guard, the military dude ordered a steak. Before she left, she switched the two steaks. Who was eating this one? The guard. Who's eating the other one that's about to show up with the blood on it? Her. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie... Okay. I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. Yes, so there are 2 tables, right? There were 3 tables that were taken at the thing. There was table that the murder happened, the table that the stealing happened, and then my table, right? So the table that the murder happened and the stealing happened both had a chunk of meat or a steak there. When she left, she switched the plates. You'll see. Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized that the catastrophic implication of these teeth marks the stakes have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain that I saw has somehow disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting? That tells us everything, Your Excellency. Everything in this courtroom has been twisted and turned. That stuff about the movies. Nah, that's a thing that nobody gets. That's a reference nobody understands. Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to a conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Shut up! Okay. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. Please don't tell me you're meaning Code Red the drink. That stuff's gross. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had some conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. This bitch is racist as fuck. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought to the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
Oh, that's a movie reference. Okay. You and I went two different things with that. This is absurd. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit a piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this goddamn case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who protested that? Your goddamn waiter. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Oh, no. I'm not saying that. No. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks in it. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting that stealing Kodakura-san coin, he slipped it under the steak. Oh, yeah, you watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? 10 Hut. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Northbound Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken in front of the victim's table.
Objection!
We're getting to it. We're getting to it, baby. We're getting to it. And yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have the opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront on the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. Don't ask me who switched the stakes. I don't think he did it. I think she did it. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, bang. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced that he was gonna uncover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, I'd be it. I'd be getting marching orders. This is the dumbest reason to switch plates ever. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one from the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I'd never seen such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. And so, yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. So now people have stolen from the crime scene. People have left things from the crime scene. People have omitted testimony. People have tampered with the crime scene and lied to the court. Would any of this get away in court today? Who knows? Only Giggle can tell you. However, fear not, prosecutor's son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform. That is all I did, sir. Oh, you did that? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Bright's steak in the incident, but also the sergeant's. Is that to preserve evidence? You taken both. Blah, blah. She's eating her thing. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. That plate was actually on the victim's table at the time and the precise moment he was shot. Shut up! What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, I can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you are not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you not have forgotten. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan was promised to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason this defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Tisk, he thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. This music is fucking epic. On the side of the plate, there was on the table directly behind Miss Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now, we have the evidence to prove it. That plate you were eating from, Miss Brett? Let's not prolong this any farther. Inspector, you will show us the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. This is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. I fucking hate this investigator. This investigator is the worst investigator. He is far worse than Gumshoe. Ever. You guys can't hear the music? Please don't tell me you can't hear the music. It's playing. I mean, have you guys not been able to hear music this whole time? I'm gonna be so mad if you can't hear music. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes.
Yes. Now this makes everything clear. The bloodstain you can see on the side of the plate. What? Really? That should be louder. Oh, that's so sad. I wish I had known this entire time that you guys hadn't been hearing any music. God damn it. Alright, shows that the moment of the table was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo to have shot the victim. Yeah, there we go, there we go. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. And I'm sure everybody knows by now who that is. Do not make me say this again. You can hear her eagle squawk, by the way, too, when she... That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Oh no, she's having a heart attack, and her goose is cooked. Oh, that's fucking funny. I'm a dumb idiot. Outdone by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No. Okay. Oh God! Oh Lord! This is. Oh no! Yeah! Wait, there was a chicken that dropped out of a rat? Oh, this. She got many chickens. What just happened? Did she die? Cheep. Oh, there's a black one. Oh, that's cute. Hey, Mitch. You're just catching the end of the case. Oh, she didn't die. Okay, that was weird. I thought she died. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time that you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Kurukura. As you've surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that you had traces of poison can be found in the water. Because Kurukura is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear that he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. And in due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair so that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man? I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Krule in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. You're goddamn right I was right. Yes. And then you finished my coffee, and when I got up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you sure I would notice. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I intended. The idiot picked it up. And then, just as you went down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though, at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion at the point at which the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry and adjoined the kitchen that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot him where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. The only thing we don't know is why she killed him. Your Excellency? Her true form? We had it. It was with the hat flapping. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Are you... I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Wait, I wanted to see your eyes, please. No! It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be! Takasuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student! You'd better start getting used to that tough opposition. Rinosuke Naruhodo! Yes? This is an insult to the Ouchi family name. Will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age council, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. Wait, hold up. The way of the world may never forget that. A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. In this trial, the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history at the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being surrounded, despite the summon being accused, you, Ryosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, it very much comes true. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth in a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what that will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sugi? Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put this, unnatural, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing you carry that out onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Yes, we're gonna get a not guilty verdict. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. It only took 6 hours. It only took 6 hours, people. 6 hours. The court is now adjourned. I got away with it. You ever see somebody leave court as they say, you hey, thanks guys, I got away with it. As soon as they leave. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. The Supreme Court of the Judicator. Defendants enter Chamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. I know, this 6-hour trial, man. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, I owe you an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume's University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work was certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you in providing Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial servant, or assistant. You worked hard for that result, too, you know. Oh, no. I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report, Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words really be for my father. I was simply doing what he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Yup. Susato. Speaking of Mikoto-sama, Mikoto-ba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it isn't I you should be thanking. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned before that you are actually the one who invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikoto-ba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked hard. Together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. What? Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I will learn all I can. I swear it on the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man without a katana is... A Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows where I need to go. And cuts down anything in my way. Yep, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me. What happened to the woman? To... Giselle Brett. Brett. I mean, after all, she's found guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? What? Shanghai? Jezali Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I am certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It's a very hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressed to watch. I must But what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? The British consular will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices won't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now. We've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as it's not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for that, for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of compulence for her. I don't believe this. Even I don't believe this. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that woman will receive judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict, and start having some fun. In that case, may I suggest a La Carnival? As head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. See? That's what I was thinking. We never found out why. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I wanted to thank you again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing! You were a lawyer there, weren't you? The defense was all your own. Your skills made difference, though. One day, I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during the trial. I couldn't help but thinking, but maybe you're the one destined to be the great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. Being a defensive lawyer, I mean? No, not me. That's tense verbal combat. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what is the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? Giga, what do you think it is? Well, it's all on the screen anyway. The ability to believe. To believe. Believe in the me that believes in you. Kamina. To believe in what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth, but you have to make a choice. To believe in. What is the number one thing a lawyer needs? To believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes, in the courtroom, you can be really backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose, well, that's not something anybody can do. It takes a special kind of person. In believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the future, for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me, thanks, Kazuma. Oh, he's sad. He's sad for some reason. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Does he want me to take care of a girl? Ah, you're still here, are you? Dude, why? Go bleed elsewhere. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. He's a dead man. He's gonna die in the next thing. Yeah, he's gonna ask. He's gonna ask, hey, will you go out with me? And will you go to Europe with me? Yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who really didn't play much of a part, but still. Yeah, I agree. Fuck that man. It was because of the help and support of all of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma had yet to manage ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Well done, team. Well done, team. We finally did it. took 6.25 hours. We're just gonna straight up just leave the game. Okay.